Hello guys, my name is Nikolaos Tsougranas, I'm from Athens, Greece. I have 3 years experience building applications in Angular 2 to 6 and I have used Socket.io multiple times. And for this course I will be an instructor. This course is about how to build chat applications with Angular 5 and Socket.io, and the chat applications will be actively renewed. Every action that is taken from the user will be shown instantly to other users. This is what Socket.io is about. Also, I chose version 5 because unfortunately at the moment Socket.io is not actively maintained in Angular 6. So let's continue. This project will have 4 major sections. The first section we will cover the installation, and I will show you an example of Socket.io functionality. Furthermore, we will cover some basic chat functionality. We will send some messages, and we will create the basic template of our web application. After we will build the backend for the user and the front end, and the final section we will cover user models, and we will make a demonstration of the final product. So guys, thank you for your time. I hope I will see you at my videos. So see you soon. Bye. Thank you for your time. Hello guys, at this part of the tutorial I will explain to you how we will start our project. So first of all, we want to create a project file. Inside here we will open in command window. Inside here we will use npm command. So in order for us to use npm command, we have to download Node.js first. So Node.js download, and from here you can choose your system, your your OS, your OS, and it has for Linux, I think, Mac OS and Windows, and it is as well open source. So you can download for Windows. I will download for Windows. We will wait together till it is downloaded, and after this is the installation guide. So let's wait. I have already installed, as you can see. Inside here you will be able to go through the installation guide, and you will be able to choose a folder. You have to remember this folder because after, in order for the Windows or Linux or Mac to know where it is installed, where Node.js is installed, we have to add it to the environmental variables, excuse me. So in order in Windows to find the environment variables, you will have to go edit the system environment variables here inside the control panel, and over here we have to press environment variables down here, and as you can see here there are some path folders, etc. So we go to path, edit, And as you can see here, I have already installed it, but in order for you to add to the path the for you to add to the path Node.js, you have to press new and write down the full path of the installation folder right here. I have already done this, and you can see over there, so I will not do this again. So first of all, we don't have to be in this folder in order to execute this command, and so over here we have to install Angular SLI. So in order globally, I mainly use Angular 6, so I will install Angular 6, but for this course I will use Angular 5, and I will show you a way how to install Angular 5 locally. I will use Angular 5 because the sockets that we'll use in order to achieve the functionality of the chat message app are not stable and are not currently actively maintained in Angular 6, so I will use Angular 5 in order to have a more stable version of our chat app. So right here we'll write npm install -g means locally Angular SLI, and excuse me, yeah, right, like that. So this will install Angular 5 globally. So we have installed Angular 5 globally, but we will not open. Actually, we'll create a new Angular 5 project just for you to see something. Ng new temp project. Everything is created. Here we are. We'll wait till the data are downloaded. So everything is installed. So we go over here, we go to the package, and as you can see, the current version of Angular is 6.1. I will not run it, no point, I will delete it, keep it. The current global version of Angular is 6.1. I will delete it right now. Let's wait a moment, and I will show you a very cool way how to install Angular locally to a folder. Or actually you can use this bin file, this bin location to install Angular, to create Angular 5 projects everywhere inside your computer, the full path. So let's begin. This is the way. First of all, we create a folder. We create the folder, excuse me, ng5 SLI. The folder is created, as you can see. We go inside this folder and we install a specific version of Angular SLI that the compiler is 5.2 if I remember correctly. This way it will save inside our Angular local location bin. It will save all our modules, etc. Bin folders, packages. I forgot something. Excuse me, we have to delete it. I forgot something very important. inside here it is very important. We have to, first of all, in order for us to create the folder, excuse me, we have to initialize, here you are, the package name, version, we don't care, description, we don't care, index, git repository, git was author, we don't care about any of this. Inside here we have the initializer, the package, it contains information about what package we are currently using. So we will install the Angular locally. So everything is installed. It will say that some are deprecated because we use a older Angular version, but we don't care about this because Angular version is actually used worldwide very much, to a very big extent. So we don't, because Angular 6 is not 100% stable right now. It has some minor problems. So right here we go to the previous folder, and now we will create our Angular project. The way to do this, it's pretty simple. We create, inside here there is a bin folder, right here, a bin folder. This bin folder is where we want to have our new project take the information from. So in order for us to do so, we copy the current file location right now, right here, ng5 SLI, node modules, or excuse me, .bin, and right now everything will be created pretty much, as you can see. So again, the deprecated warnings, we don't care about this. Our app will be fully functional. Let's wait. So, in order for us to be sure that the chat app is created, we will go navigate inside chat app and call ng-serve. So, let's wait a moment. Everything is compiled successfully. So, in order for us to see, we have to go to localhost over here. And as you can see, everything works perfectly. It is the by default app of Angular. In order for the user to be sure that the installation hadn't any corruptions. So we close this. Actually, no, we'll not close this. Actually, we will call code. So, final thing, you can use whatever editor you like for Angular, but I propose you Microsoft Code, Visual Studio Code, It is for Windows, Linux, and Mac OS, pretty stable. It has a lot of plugins. It has IntelliSense. It has Git functionality, Git commit, Git push with if you just install a simple thing. It has a lot of extensions. It has some debugging tools as well. I really propose you Visual Studio. It's also free, as you can imagine. It's a free version of Visual Studio. So I really propose you using this for this project. So if you are inside setup, I have already installed Visual Studio Code, code dot open source code with all our installation files. Here I have Angular 6 snippet installed in C++ of course, but I have this installed. It's pretty nice. It supports everything that we will use, RX JavaScript, TypeScript for Angular of course, HTML, CSS, support everything. So I really propose you this. So inside here I will talk to you about what's inside over here. This is all our modules. This is where everything will be installed. The other nice thing about Visual Studio Code has a built-in terminal over here. And okay, I think Visual Studio you will like it. So inside Node module will be all our packages, all of our installed folders inside here. Inside source will be all of our code. Here I wanted to show to you that we have 5.2.0 as I told you, I remembered correctly before. This is the current user of Angular we are using, so Socket.io is stable enough. After, inside our app folder is this is the by default page, app page. So inside here we will have all the code for this page right here. Excuse me, I have to run it first. Here. So, all of our code for this page right here. Welcome to app. So if I change, so this is HTML, okay. This is what we use in order to define that inside here we have a variable. This is a title. This variable will be taken from here, app_component.ts. The app_component.ts TypeScript knows where to send the information from here, template URL. So goes to app_component.html and set the title. If we change the title to the other really nice thing about Angular, besides the thing as you can see that it is very well organized, is that we can change variables and see them without recompiling again all the project, and see the result without recompiling again all the project. So if we new chat app and we save this, it compiled again by itself, and welcome to new chat app. Everything inside here, this is the modules, bootstrap, this is the initializator, and where to go, the environmental variables that we will use. This is the environmental variables, and some other stuff I would like to tell you. Um, mm, Here I have connected to a GitHub, but I will disconnect it most probably. Source control. Here, I don't want this right now. So guys, I think I think this is all you needed to know about Angular, right now. I wanted to tell you that this is the size of the HTML that we will use over here. We write the CSS here. The HTML will be put right here, but we don't have to place it anywhere here. We don't have to import HTML because inside here we can place our style URLs in order for the HTML page to be informed. Okay, so I think we had enough about this video. Now we just have the same Angular version installed, and on the next video I will show you how the socket.io, how we will install the socket.io, and how we will create a very simple project using WebSockets, how to turn them into Rx JavaScript subjects, and how we will use them in order to create a very stupid app. At the next video, I mean, because the chat app will be fully functional, very stupid app, in order to show you how strong this how strong Socket.io in combination with JavaScript is. So guys, thank you for your time, and I see you at the next tutorial, where I will show you all this very cool stuff. So guys, bye. Hello guys, at this part of the tutorial I will show you a very simple program, and that will utilize Socket.io example, Socket.io library. So we go inside the project, inside our chat app. So code dot, we open Visual Studio with that. So right here we are. First of all, we have to install our packages. So in order for us to do so, we npm install socket.io client. With this command, we install the client side of the Socket.io. Let's wait for it to finish right now. It just finished. We have to run one more command. The command will be npm install types socket.io client. With this command, we as you can obviously see, we will install the types. Right now we will create our service. So we will create a service folder, new folder, note inside here, new folder like here called services. Not here, my bad, inside here, new folder called services. This will contain all our services. So right now we will create a WebSocket service and a chat service. So it's a new service WebSocket. Excuse me. I think it's not new, my bad. It's generate service. Generate service WebSocket. We will wait a bit. A new service was created inside here, as you can see. After we will put it right here. So we want to create a chat service as well. Here we are. So these services, these are our services. So first of all, we want to go to WebSocket service right here, and we want to import some packages. Import we'll install our observable light here. Okay, no problem. And of course we want to import the environment. So, first of all, I forgot, we want to pass all the services from there to there, right here, in order for us to have a more well-organized code. This services is the way we communicate to the backend. So, after that, now we'll begin to write our code. First of all, we will want a private socket. This is our connection, our socket connection. So, connect will be a function which will return subject, excuse me, message event right here, like that. um, okay. So first of all, we want to pass our environment variable. This server will listen to localhost 5000 because we want it to. So inside here we have to change it. URL HTTP so we have tuned our URL, our work service URL. So inside here we will have this we want to connect this socket to this URL, this.socket equals io environment dot URL. After we want to define our observable. Our observable is an object variable that will observe any incoming messages from our socket IO server. So let observable, with a big observable, like that. New observable. Observer. Like that. Okay. We'll have this dot socket dot on message data console.log. And we call the observer next function. Observer next. After we return this dot socket dot disconnect. So what this does, when this is on, it will print the received message from socket server, and it will call the observer with the data given. So the observer will be right here. Excuse me. The observer will listen messages from our other components and send messages back to the socket server whenever our next method over here is called. So So let's begin. Connect right here. Okay, so inside here, let observer, excuse me, this will emit message and the data from here, the data from here. This will emit this to the to all the excuse me to the socket server. This will emit it. Socket message. We want to stringify it. So JSON don't stringify data. And like this. And over here we have to, in order for us to have a better code, a more organized code. So we return the two objects. Return rx.subject.create. So create an rx module, a subject that contains the observer and the observable. Observable. So here we are. After that, so we have almost finished our backend, and now we will go to chat service. The chat service. So let's go to chat service. Not that. Environment, chat service. Here we are. So we want to import what we want to use, web socket service from we are the same file, so WebSocket.service import observable and the subject that we created, not the subject that we created, the subject form, in order to utilize what we created. Rx.js, Rx. So now we will create messages which will contain what this will return. So we are over here, messages, subject of type any. The constructor must have private with service web socket service of type WebSocket service inside here. So these dot messages. Now we will call the connect method from here. The connect method. So in order for us to connect the chat service and the the chat service and the WebSocket service. So this dot messages equals subject any web socket service, no WSO service, excuse me, WSO service dot connect dot map response any again, return response. So this is the constructor of the chat service. It will initialize the chat service. It will connect it with the WebSocket service during using this method right here. So return response. So now we will create a way to send messages to socket server, and it is a simplified interface for sending messages back to our socket.io server. So send message better. This dot messages dot next message. So I will explain everything to you how it works when we finish our coding, but for now I will tell you that this right here, so this connects the chat services with the WebSocket service. Okay, this is a way for the chat service to send a message to WebSocket service. This will be a lot more complicated than our final product, but for now, in order for me to show you how to do it, it is more than enough. Actually, because we don't need the observable right now, let's keep it that way. So observable. I think this is a bug of Visual Studio Code, nothing more. So now we will go to app component.ts and we will add. First of all, we will delete this. No need. So the constructor, first of all, we want to have a constructor private excuse me, a component we want to implement. We want to define that we have a non-init function, ngn. We will use it after. Private chat service. That's why. So now we will have ngn on init. Excuse me, ngn on init like that. This dot chat dot messages dot subscribe message. So we will create a chat service and initialize it with in order for the constructor to begin over here, and after we will have a function called send message over here. This will call this .chat .send message hello, I'm listening, like that. After we have to open our app modules here, and we want to import to the providers the chat service, and we want to import as well the WebSocket service. But in order for us to do so, okay, they are already imported. Service chat service. Okay, perfect. Maybe it will not be created. You have to write these two down. So, and after we have to go to our HTML code. Inside our HTML code, where is our HTML? Over here. Our HTML code, we want to delete all of this, of course, and we want to create a simple hello to excuse me. Title. And right down here we will have a button. Excuse me. Button. On click, what we will do, send message, like that, and over here send message. So finally we want to create the I/O server, the socket server. So in order for us to do so, we have to create an app called a server.js, we will call it. So we go right here. I think we have finished from all these. I think so. And we will create a new file which will be called chat.js. Inside here we will have to write some stuff. Let app require, express let it HTTP require HTTP dot server app let IO require socket.io and HTTP. So io.on connection socket like that. So console.log user connected socket.on disconnect function. Now we define what will server will write or do during certain different occasions. So when someone is logged in, IO on, we want to write user disconnect. When someone is logged in, is inside our socket and goes off, we want to write user disconnected. Now when the socket is on and we have an emit message, we want to create a function that will send a message back to our client. The way to do that is socket.on message like that, console.log message received plus the message. This is the way. And io.emit message type I forgot, I made the type error. Type new message text message. I think right here, this is like a list, an array. So I will explain everything in a moment when our code will run. And in order to initialize our server, http.listen 5000 log started on port 5000. So Guys, I think now we are ready to start it, but we will need to create a second terminal. First of all, we will try to run our server. So in order for us to run our server, we have to be on the major package chat up, and we have to call to call chat.js, so node chat.js started on port 5000, as you can see, and we have to go to our second partial, call ngserve. We'll wait till it is compiled for 2 seconds. Side documentation comments. Give me this is must be the error. I pressed one more dot than I had to. Okay. I don't know why I have an observable over here. Okay, now maybe it is a simple bug. Now I will go to localhost. I think I have. Observable? No, it has no observable. It has no export observable. Did you mean? Oh, sorry guys for this. So I close this. I will create a user connect, user disconnected. I will create an ngserve again. I have an error again, I think. Okay. Cannot find name. Did you mean observable? Error service.ts. I don't know why I made such mistakes. So we go right here. As you can see, we open F12 for both of them. So if I press here send message, it's not a function. Give me a second. HTML2 like that. So hello, I'm listening. Hello, I'm listening to both of them, even if we have pressed only this. So what is happening from here when we press send message? Let's go here in order for me to explain. Send message goes to the function which is right here, the send message function. So this chat, this component is initialized, so the chat service is initialized, so we call the send message function from the chat with this text. So we go to chat service.ts, it is initialized over here, so we call this message.next message. So after that we'll go to WebSocket service. Excuse me. To WebSocket service. inside here it is connected, of course, because we have initialized it from here. It is connected. So excuse me, this message is .next. This message .next. It's a WSU service, WebSocket service type of subject any. So it is initialized from there. We call this message. From there we go here, and from here so we go to the observer. The observer says it is called whenever the next function is called. So this socket.emit message JSON stringify. So it emits the message which has excuse me, receives the message. It receives the message from the user. It signifies it to JSON object, to a JSON text, excuse me, the data. So it emits it back. So from there we go over here, where socket on over there. So console log message received message, and IO emit, type new message text message, and from this new message text message we go here, type new message text hello I'm listening, and here we are again. So guys, I hope you understood this tutorial. So the IO is on. When this function is called, give me a second in order for me to show you. When we are over here, where services, here. Every message that receives message from the socket server, excuse me, and this receives messages from the user mainly, and throw them back to the socket server. So guys, I hope you understood some basic stuff. From the next video we will get into our main functionality. From the next video we will try to create a way we'll try to create how we'll try to read messages, to have a simple text input, and write messages to emit them to all other users. And from the next tutorial after that, we will try to have a functional chat. So guys, thank you for your time. I hope you understood some stuff. These are pretty amazing. This is pretty amazing. So thank you for your time. Hope you see you on the next tutorial. Bye. Hello guys, at this video we will start to build our app, but first of all I want to show you a pretty cool way how you can build your backend and frontend easier without using WebSocket service here. So I'm gonna delete those two. No need, and I will show you some pretty cool stuff. So how you can call the backend to give you some results, or to give something to the backend, of course, in order to emit it to all the other users. So let's begin. First of all, we go to chat services, and inside here we will of course delete this over here, and we will import subject subject is already import observable, excuse me, observable from okay. So as you can imagine, we will just talk to the server straight without observer and observable. The observable and the observer will be right inside each of our services. So if we have a chat service, we will talk to the server from our chat server, and etc. We want to import our environment as well, and from if I remember correctly, environment here. So we delete this. We don't need this. So we will. So inside here we will have a private socket again, and we will have get messages. A function get messages. We will have an observable inside. If you remember correctly, the observable is the object that hears the server, what the server has to say. So we have observer over here, right now, like that, nice. So we initialize the socket. So we initialize the socket with the local host given right here in order to tell the observable where to hear. So this dot socket dot on message data. If I remember correctly, not like this, and server dot next. We call it's like a mission dot next, and return. If we are disconnected, this disconnect, this dot socket, excuse me. So if we get out of our app, we will disconnect, and we will call the function inside the JavaScript, excuse me, the disconnect function over here. After that, we will go over there. At this part of the tutorial, of this video, I will try and show you in pretty easy way how we will emit messages to all our current logged in users. Not logged in, current users, let's say better. Of course, we have to return our observable right here. Before this, return observable right here. Okay, now we have created the get messages. Now we have to have a function which will send messages, send message, and like that. And as before, this socket dot emit add message, actually new message and message, right, like that. So
Right now we will have this function. We'll go to the server right here, and we'll go over. We'll go. Excuse me. We'll go to the server, and we'll go to this function. Will be called new message, and we don't need this. New message, message, I emit message. Okay, this is perfect. Okay, so from this message, emit, it will go there. New message, it will emit it, and the get message function for all users and our user will catch it. Yes, and our users will catch it with this message over here, emit message, socket on message, observer next data, and will send the data to them to the module.ts module.typescript that we will write it right now. So let's go to app-component.ts first. Actually, we'll go to the app-component.ts better, and we will actually delete all this. We don't need this, and we have to import a non-destroy as well, because it is a better practice. I forgot to add it before, because when a user leaves, on destroy will be called. So if the unsubscribe and disconnect function will be called. The unsubscribe function will be called. So this dot connection dot unsubscribe subscribe. We will we'll have to build the connection as well. Excuse me. So we have messages and connection. Connection will be initialized later at message, like that. And of course, inside the constructor, as always, constructor will have to have a chat service, private message, chat service, a private variable, chat service. So here will be like that, chat service. We created it. So we want to, when we initialize, we want to get all of our all of the current all of the new messages every time. So this dot connection equals this dot chat service. We initialize the connection dot get messages dot subscribe. This is the function when we use the subscribe function in order to go to the backend message. Message like that. Here, this dot messages dot push the message. This message, not this message. So this message will be called will be called in a second. We will use it in a second, excuse me. So we go here, and so what this function does, initialize the connection with chat service, goes to chat service, and where it is, here we are, goes to chat service and calls the get message function, and the observable is on. So we have called the subscribe function, and every time a new message we are listening, and every time a new message is sent, we write it, we push it to the stack of messages, where this stack of messages, the list of messages, will be taken by our HTML page, and it will be written inside it. But the problem is that the moment we we destroy this app, when we get out of this page, we call unsubscribe in order to stop listening to this observable over here. So I think, yeah, give me a second. We don't want this inside our app module. Neither we want this. Environment, yeah, over here. We want to have the function set message right here. Send message. This dot chat service dot send message. This dot message. And after that, of course, because the message will be currently occupied with, let's say, hello, for example. If we press hi again, it will overwrite over it. So we don't want this. In order for us to be safe, we call this dot message equals, we initialize it again one more time in order for us to be sure that it is empty. What else? Of course, we have to go to app. We have to go to app components. We have to rewrite some stuff inside it. Where we are right here. Yeah, we want to rewrite some stuff inside it. So div ng4 let message of messages input ng model excuse me. So we create now the button. Click, send message. When the click is pressed, we want to call the send message function. Send message. We will not add any CSS and HTML. We will try to do this at the next video very fast. Not very fast. We will try to do this at the next video to add some HTML, CSS. And so now the ng model, we have to import an ng model inside our app modules. So we go to app modules and we import forms module from Angular forms, like that. And inside here, inside our imports, we import, as you can imagine, forms module over here. So we have to change our chat.js. I think we have changed it, or give me a second to check it very fast. Yes, I think we have changed it. So, guys, I think we are ready to run it. Okay. Okay, ng serve. Okay, everything runs smoothly. Here we are. Localhost. What was the problem? ng4, since it isn't a non-property of div. give me a second. ng4. Let message of messages. Okay. As you can see, users connected because we imported the correct stuff. Excuse me. I will open a second user over here, and the third user, localhost 420 again. And here, if I press hello, everything is sent to all the users. Hi, how are you? I hope this way I found out that you don't have to incorporate a web service. It's actually pretty easy for you to understand. It's easier for you to understand actually. Now the next video we will try to implement some HTML and some CSS in order for this to be a little more beautiful. We will try to add and at the next videos we will try to add the username. We will try to add to send messages to certain users, not all of them. I think I will explain to you one more time the path that our calls follow. Our calls are following in order for me to be sure that you have understood the basics. Because after the things will be a little bit more complicated, but easy enough. I will try to explain to you everything at the best of my abilities. So let me do another test. If I open another one right here and place, guys, what are you doing? See, everything is written to everyone. The messages are remitted to everyone. So let me try to explain to you one more time. So everything starts from here. Actually, I wanted to try something. I had if you you write .text in order to pass the text because the message is a model. That's why you write .text. So anyway, everything starts from here. So the moment the user press let's say hello and is written to everyone, it passes from here, it goes to app-component.ts, send message. This chat service, first of all, the chat service is initialized. The app component is initialized. This initializes the chat service. The chat service initializes itself and creates an observable. From get messages, creates an observable that will listen to this socket from the server 5000 port from localhost. So it waits right here. So when if I am user A and I press the send message button, it goes from there right here. The send message chat service it's called, so it goes right here, emit. From right here it goes to chat, new message, and it emits itself. From this, every user, even me that I have sent it, this will trigger the observable to every user. Message, new next data. So this line right here will write the code, will write the results, will return the results not this line. This line return observable. This right here goes to app-component.ts again. Subscribe message, where message is returned, and we push the message inside messages. So again, with the for loop that it is going on right here, the message will present itself. So guys, I hope you have understood everything that I have said so far. I think actually that they are not at all that difficult. This is Socket.io as a server's client-side server. In order to achieve lightning fast, real-time responsibility and functionality. So guys, thank you for your time, and in the next video I will implement some HTML and some CSS in order for this app to be more beautiful. So bye guys. Hello guys, if you remember correctly, at this video, as I told you, we will work on our HTML and our CSS. As you can see, our HTML and CSS, it's pretty much non-existent. So at this video, we will try to create some HTML and some CSS. So let's start from our HTML page. Actually, let's leave this. So div class container right here. We will add some images later. Now we will add nothing. Hello sir, how are you? I will just show you a preview right now. We want this to be to have the time on the right side, so we will add the random time after. We will implement this as well in order to show the time that the message was sent. And so let's copy this. Let's create 4 messages, let's say, but each message will be from different user. So here text right here we will place that here as well, and time left. Hello sir, how are you? I'm fine sir, how are you doing? Very good. What are you doing today? Nothing sir. So we have darker and darker here container as well. It is send 1, 2 and 4, let's say. So now we'll have to implement our CSS very fast. I write this preview in order to show you a way that actually let's I'll show you our template. Okay, it's a simple template as you can see, but let's add the image as well. 3 images. So inside here inside our assets, but we will have to rename it because this is not a good name. excuse me, desktop, projects, add tab, source, assets, rename, user1, and we will download as well another one, and yes, user2, save. So in order for us to import it, we have to go to assets. So from here we have to go, if I remember correctly, dot assets, user1 tpg, container right here, and right here, and right here, but this one will be user2. So let's see what, okay, pretty big y source, so now will we create avatar, okay, something is not working correctly. I will try to fix it in a second. Give me a second. Okay, let's for now not use. I will try to find out why they're not working correctly at the next tutorial, when we will implement actual images that we can insert actual images. So this is how it looks right now. Let's go to our app components.css. We want to import, actually let's not import anything, container 2 pixels solid, and we want to be, let's say, DDD. So excuse me, background color will be F1. Okay, our border radius, border radius will be around 5 pixels. Our padding will, 10 pixels. Our margin will be 10 pixels 0. So we have different for text right and text left, as you can see. So dot text right, text align right, margin 10 pixels, and color black. Okay, so I will try to use again the after I thought about some HTML code, CSS code, excuse me, and will try the images again. So dot darker container, darker, border, color, maybe CCC, yeah, oh no, this, and background color again, DDD will be more that good, and so container after content. Now we are clearing our floats. Clear both. And display table. After that I will write the image. I just thought maybe float left. After max width 60 pixels, width 100%, margin right maybe 20 pixels, and border radius 50%. I think it will be more than enough. Border radius 50%, and excuse me, percent would be more than enough. So the image left. Okay, now if we want to place our image right, so image.right, image, yeah, it is wrongly written, dot container image.right, so float right, margin margin left 20 pixels again, and margin right 0. We want it to be stacked to the right. So so now about time right, float right, color AAA. Now we'll about time left, maybe we will change, excuse me, we'll change it a little bit. So so about our post, we haven't written here the post, maybe we should write it first. So div class post form ng submit. It is a form that we will submit something to the server. Send message. So this is an identifier right now. F equals ng form right here, and inside the form we will write whatever we want. Text area, placeholder, type a message here, ng model, message. We don't write anything inside here. Now we'll have our input type, excuse me, input type submit, value um, send like that. So we are ready from here. Now we go here, and inside here okay, let's first get ready with this. Now first of all we want to import an ng form from here we are, and also we want to import the view child in order for us to be in order for the component to be able to see this here, this form. This is called the view child. So we delete the message and we will change it a little bit. It will be a view child. View child f message ng form of type ng form, and inside here we will no, we don't. That's all that we want. It's not type is not assignable to ng form. Here we will change this a little bit. Dot value dot message. So the message that we are seeing here is the model name. It is this. So the message is the name of the form, of all the forms. So form dot value, the value, dot message, the values from the values here. So here we are. The form is ready, the send message is ready, and inside here we will write a little bit of the of the post code in order to be more beautiful. With let's say actually how we want it. Let's write 70% for the beginning, and we will change it later, most likely. Height 80%, padding 20%, background color F8, excuse me. Like that, and we want it to float left, perfect. So text area display block with 100%, height 70%, again, border 0 pixels, solid, and CCC, perfect, and border radius 4 pixel, and background color F8, and we want margin auto, and resize none, And finally, we want to change our input, our submit button. We want to make it a little bit more beautiful. Input, type equals submit, like that. Position relative, top 10 pixels, no, top 10 pixels, background color, what we will make for CA 50 maybe, yeah, pretty much. Color white, the padding 12 pixels, 20 pixels, border none, border radius 4 pixels, cursor, when it's over it, it will be a pointer, and we want it to float to the right. Perfect. So let's see what we have achieved. This is what we have achieved. If for example I press hello and we send message, excuse me, we have a small bug. Why though? First of all, the message is not sent. Send message, component.ts, ng form, post message, value message, message. Why? Give me a second. Class post, send message, placeholder. We don't need this. Over here. Here where it is print. Right here. So if we place it like here, so now we will change a little bit some stuff. What we want to do right now is to have just a I will show you right now for a container like this, like that, and inside of here will be this. So let's see. As you can see, hello, and so it goes on. An easy way that we can achieve, but no point in doing this. Actually, I want first of all to change this because I don't like it right now. And what else? And erase the contents from here when I press message. So let's try something actually that it is a little bit stupid, but it will show you something. Div. Actually, no point in doing this right now because we will change it again after. I would like to show you ngIf, but there is no point in showing you ngIf right now because we will change the form as well. So guys, I forgot to import the images. So let's go assets, user 1. Right now I think we have fixed this. User 2, user 1, user 2. Let's see. Yes. Actually, this is print. This is not. Why though? User 2. I have a clue why. Let's delete this. And free images. Because it's a GPG maybe. Yes, user 1 is. A second, properties, GPG, user 2 is, properties, GPG as well. So here we are, as I thought. Maybe we want this to be right here, or want this to be from the right side of nothing share. I think it will be better. So let's go to our CSS, image.right, float right we have implemented. Yeah, but we haven't implemented this. We haven't put this inside here. Container tagger. Class right. So let's try that here. Here we are. I think now it is beautiful. Maybe the timer must be over there. Be much more beautiful. So timer left, float left, not right. Exactly. I think it is more beautiful to do it the opposite way. Timer left, right, right, and left, left. So yeah, I think that's better.
because you know you can see all the information in a very little space, inside a very little space. I cannot understand why this exists, so let me check this. Hmm. Yeah, I don't have any padding on, so don't know why this exists. Maybe, um, maybe uh, with container image, not container with margin. Okay, margin right. Actually, no, we want this to be 100. Hmm. So container padding 10 pixels, margin 10 pixels. Let me see about it. No, this is not a problem. You know, I'm trying to find the reason, but I'm not. I cannot do this, as you can see. Margin right. Why though? Anyway, guys, I don't think this is important. This is a minor bug anyway. Uh, I cannot find out right now why this is happening. Um, okay, I think this is not that important. So let me find an easy way that we will erase here the content when we press send. As you can see, the contents are not erased. So give me a moment. I need a fast and easy way. I don't want anything too complicated. Hmm. Hmm. Maybe we will, if we do this, maybe we have fixed this. Hello. No. So that was a failure, even though we have.
in order for you not to lose time, I will find a quick and easy way to fix this, and I will record a very short video in order to show you the way. So bye and see you on the next video. Bye. So guys, the way to reform to reset the form is to call the name of the form and call the function reset. And so if you press here anything, set send message, you can as you can see everything resets beautifully. So guys, thank you, and see you at the next video where we will see a way to where we will see a way to add users interface and to add users and to change the way the messages are displayed according to which user has sent a message. After we will add some user buttons in order to send messages to different users. So bye guys, thank you for your time and see you next time. Bye. Hello guys, at this part of the tutorial I will teach you how we will create our front end and back end of our real-time chat application, and also we will create the backend of the users. So let's start. Here we are. Okay, we want to create another one here. So first of all, let's begin with our HTML. So we want, when a user starts the application, gets into our site, since it's a real-time chat application, we want to give a nickname, a username, let's say, for this session till he gets out of the application. This is actually a temporary username. So as there are at most real-time chat applications, so we want to have a trigger variable. This variable will be called is logged in. It will be over here, and it will be equal to false, as you can imagine, when the user gets into our site. So from using this variable, we will create in a second div ng if, excuse me, like that, ng if, and now will be our statement, is logged in. If logged in is true, it will return then logged in, else login. So excuse me, over here. So now we will create two different two different flows if the logged in is true or if the logged in is false variable. So ng template hashtag login, excuse me,
like that. Inside here will be our login. So for now we'll write now login, and down there logged in. So like that. As you can see, let's run our server, and let's run our Angular project. Okay, let's just open. As you can see now, login. It is not presented the template that we used to, because the logged in is false, so goes to there to else and from here, and this is not executed at all. So now we want to create a form, of course. So div class equals login page, div class equals form, form class login form of type ng submit equals the function that will be called is login function, like that, and we have to identify our ng form. In order to identify it, we will identify it from elf derived by login, like that, and here we go. So it will have inside an input type text placeholder username ng model name. ng model name is the identification name that we will refer to, and after that we'll have a button which will say login. So let's go to the app components and let's create a login function, like that. And now let's in order to just start, in order to show you that it works, let's turn this to true. So now it is compiled. Yeah, my bad, I misclicked. Let's wait. Okay. As you can see, it goes out here. Of course, we have not created our backend, so nothing will be shown, username, etc. But so let's continue. First of all, I would like to change something about here. If you remember, I would like to change this, um, and let's go to our chat app. Chat. We just want the message to be returned, nothing more. We don't need anything more to be returned. Yeah, because okay, because I thought that we will use later message as a part of a message class, that the message class will have some fields. We will talk about it later. So I think we are okay. Let's see now if everything works. Login. No, it does not. Because I haven't recompiled. Remember, although Angular recompiles when you save, Node.js and JavaScript generally doesn't. So every time you change something to the server, you have to close it and recompile it again to run this command again. Let's try now. As you can see, it's perfect. Now, what else? Of course, we will. I think it's a good time to implement some CSS. Of course, I will have. If you don't want to write the code with me, I will have everything in the source file. So, let's begin writing the code. I will think something simple, nothing too difficult. Nothing too difficult. So like that, and merging auto. Dot form position relative z index 1, background color let me think about it. Maybe something like that. Max width 360 pixels. Margin padding set up for 47 pixels. Of course, we want it to be at the center. Text align center, and we will a little bit of shadow. Let's create something like box shadow 0 0 20 pixels 0, and the color we want I don't remember. I will write it like that.
Okay, form input. Outline will not be one. There will not be one. Background F2, F2, F2. With 100% of the form, of course. Remember that CSS is like an object-oriented language which the children derive from the father, from the parents. Border 0, margin 15 pixels. Padding 15 pixels. Box sizing, border box, and font size 14 pixels. So now we have the form button, and when we hover over the form button, so form button, text transform, uppercase, outline 0, background, what color? Let's give a light green one. So something like C4 50, like this. 100%, border 0, padding 15, color that, font we'll keep the transition like that, all 2.3 is we have to define a transition as well with the same exact values, and of course when we are over the cursor will be a pointer. So, and finally, in order to finish it, dot form button hover dot form, or it is active, focus. We will change a little bit the background color. The background color now will be 43A047, like that. let's see what we have done. This is what we've done. I think maybe have, yes, 100% here. So this is what we just did. Yeah, okay, it's a basic. It has nice shading. We could give it a background color, but I think we are okay for now. No need. So as you can see, we go in. So now let's implement our backend. So let's go to our app component.ts. So we want to connect to the chat service. So we open this as well, and here we will create a message. So the message will be called send user, and we will have another function which we call get users. So send user and callback. I will explain to you in a second what callback is. So this dot socket dot emit new user function callback data, and inside here will be if callback data equals true, return callback true. I will explain you in a second. Return callback false. I started from the wrong. I should start it from the chat service, chat here. I'm sorry, in order for you to understand what the functions we are calling. So we'll create the function new user, get users, excuse me. So after new message over here, let's create socket.on. First of all, we want to be sure that the username that we are giving is not currently used from another user. Okay, so in order not to be a conflict, so new user function user callback. So we are like this. For we have to have a user var over there with all the users currently with all the users currently being on our application. Socket on new user function user callback for. So for we want to check for all the users for var I equals 0, I minus users dot length, I plus plus. So if user, this is the user that we will. So if we press Nikos, this is the Nikos. This will be Nikos. So we want to check if this parameter passed by the function is used right now. So if users I equals user, flag, we want to create a flag, callback callback false. So let's build our flag here, flag equals 1. So we will check everything, all the users, and if this user is excuse me, if the user that currently tries to log in has the same username as another user, we will call back false. This is the way that you should initialize a callback. I will explain you when we write our code. I will explain you in a detail, excuse me, what the callback is. Mainly it is used in order to pass some information when you use sockets, emissions and tones, etc. When the function ends, to the caller, the one who called the function. So if flag equals 1, callback true, users.push user, and socket.emit get users. So what we're doing right now, if no one if this username is not used by anyone else, we want our caller to be informed about this, and we want as well the users to add the user to the users list, and we want to inform our clients that a new user has logged in. So socket.emit get users. Now we have to create the get user function. In order to create the get user function, we go here. So socket on get users function, and io.emit get users. Now as you can imagine, we go to our chat service, actually like that. Here will be the backend, here the frontend. So like that, we have created our send user. Now we'll create the function get users. So get users, let observable, new observable. But because now we will send a lot of variables now, not just a string, we want this to be of type any array, like that, in order for the return value to be what we want it to be. So observer, like that. So inside here, this dot socket equals io environment dot URL Actually, I think we can do something like this in order
in order for us not to write it every time, I think get messages, so we don't write this. But if we want to change it, we have to change it manually if we want to listen to a different server, a different socket server, let's say. But for now, because we have only one server, this is okay. I think this is perfect. So let observable this dot socket dot on listen. We are saying to it to listen, to get users. When get users is emitted by the chat, by our server, we want it to listen to it. So get users data and call the observer function. If you remember, we talked about it at the previous video. So when this ends, return this dot socket dot disconnect, and let me in a second, like that, and of course return observable. Perfect. Now every time a user is created, the get users will be informed of the new data of all the current users. Okay, we are fine. And now we will go to our app component.ts right here, and we will change our login function. So this dot chat service dot send user, this dot login. We haven't created the form here. View child L login and G form. So this dot login dot value, dot how have call it, username dot username, and the callback the callback that we want, like that. If callback equals false, alert. We want to have a pop-up window that will say that username is used. Okay, we got have it nicer, a bit nicer, but I think this serves our purposes. We want to reset the login form, like that, and we want to return. And okay, now let's see what will happen when the login form is called. So someone writes here the username and press login. From here we go here, and the chat service and user will be called with the parameters of the username that we have given it here and the callback. So it goes here, and it emits to the server. This socket.emit emits to the server the function new user
new user, and with the parameter of the user that we have sent it with, and new callback data. It gets here and checks if the parameter that we have given to it exists inside the users, and if exists, it returns false, and if it doesn't exist, returns true. So the callback, whatever it is, will return here callback data, and actually we could change this to return callback data. I think at least. No, my bad. No, excuse me. No, we cannot do this. So we initialize the callback data, whatever it is. We initialize the callback data. Sorry, the callback data are initialized from here. Here, you initialize this callback over here, callback true or callback false, according to what the chat server found. And after we go over here, and the callback is this callback from here. So if the callback equals to false, username used, because the username used, we will reset our login form, we will return. Else, is logged in function trigger flag will be converted to true. And of course, every time that a new user is added, we want to get the current stack of users. Or every time a user is logged out, of course. We'll check this in a second about the logged out. We may be implemented, or we maybe will not. I have an idea how we'll implement it. If it doesn't, if we will not achieve it, then okay, no problem. So we go here. Of course, we want over here an array, and we want to call the chat service. This.chat service. Now we have a small problem that I have just thought, but dot maybe I will be able to change it a little. To change it, I will try. So chat service next data. Yeah, I think I will be able to change it, but for now let's do this like this. Get users dot subscribe users this dot users equals like this, and users like that. And okay, now I think oh, excuse me. So we have implemented the get users over here, but the problem with this is that we will connect it 2 times, I think. So let's write Nikos. As you can see, we are able to log in, and if we press again Nikos, we won't be able. Oh, we are able. So we have a bug, maybe. Um, we have a bug officially. um, we don't have any problems here. Let's print um, yeah, one problem is here. So let's go here. Let's over there. As you can see, the problem I told you before is that we have with 2 connections. This will be a problem whenever we try to check if a user is logged out. You can imagine this. So what we can do about it? Anyway, I will find a way to fix this. So first of all, let's go like this, login. We can log in. Let's go again localhost. If we press again Nikos, username used. If we go Nikos2 here, and now let me print right here the current users in order for you to see the users that do have users, that the users are returned to us because we will use them later. Console.log this.users, like that, and localhost. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I cannot use this. Yeah, again I forgot. Why it is not printed? Console.log this.users. Socket emit get users. Of course I have made a mistake somewhere. Give me 1 second. Have returned the observable. Let me give me 1 second.
the messages are returned, so this is not the problem. This socket on, get users, return data. Okay. This function is not called at all. Yeah, the scope is different. So I think, yeah, the scope is different here. So we have to this dot socket equals IO environment dot. I think this is the problem. 90%. Actually, no, I'm stupid. This is not the problem. So we have like this. The problem must be somewhere around here. Flag equals 1, flag equals 2. Okay, I want to check something. As you can see, somewhere there is a bug. I will fix it. Give me 1 minute. Username false. Okay, this is not a problem. Let's go to our chat. But observable, new any. Scope it here, return observable. Don't get users data. Observer.next data. Okay, let's check about this, if this was a problem. So, okay, it's compiled. No, this wasn't the problem. Or app components.ts. No, I haven't. Console.log this.users. Excuse me. So this wasn't a problem, of course. I was sure about it, but I tried it anyway, as you saw. users push user. Okay, let's check if users are. Let's check if users console.log users. Okay. Flag equals 0, false. If flag equals 1. Okay. Here we are. I think I found what the problem was. Console log users. So now we go into our I forgot to put 3 here. So now get users are emitted. Get users and users over here. So chat service. Localhost. Nikos admin, as you can see, but still they are not returned for one reason or another. Let's go. Socket.emit, get users. Why? Functions. Okay, this is weird. To be gentle about it. Socket.emit, get users over here. Okay, let's try again. Hello, but get users are not called. I cannot understand what is going on. I emit get users. Okay, guys, I have wasted a lot of your time. I will solve it and I will address it at the next video with the rest of the code that I will be writing. Bye, guys. See you at the next video. Hello, guys. At this part of the tutorial, we will try to fix our user interface to create a user template, so we can choose from which user we want to send our messages. But the functionality will be given to a later project, to a later video. But at this tutorial we will create the template.
So we open the front end. So we open Visual Studio Code here, and let's begin. I owe you here how you can fix it, first of all. So if we go to, first of all, let's open two. Here we will compile node. So instead of socket.emit, we will erase it because this function does nothing mainly, just calls this, that over here. So we control C that, we control V that here, and we will erase it. I don't know, at the previous version of sockets, you could emit using a socket inside its own socket, but as you can see over here, you cannot do this anymore. We couldn't do this anymore at this new version. So right now, if we call ngserve and run the server, I hope that the user will be passed. So it is compiled. We will open this right here. So we open F12, full screen, and I haven't created also log, a log in order for us to see that the message is passed. Console.log this.users. Yes, I have used this username. As you can see, Nikos and Nikos2 are the two users that I'm currently here. So we don't need this anymore. And so disconnect, okay. Now we will try, and so we have fixed this, that we had debugged the previous, and now we'll try to write the HTML. First of all, I would say let's not use time for now, because no point in using it. Maybe we will add the functionality at the end of the project, but it's very simple, it's just one function. Maybe we'll add it at the end of the project. So here we are. Let's over here. Okay. Okay, it will be more beautiful, sure, but we will add it at the end of the project. We open CSS, we delete time left and time. Actually, let's keep them. We maybe use it later, as I said. So let's go to our app component and create a new class, which will be called div class people container, like that. And let's create a table inside, and inside let's create some tr classes. Let user of users, like that, and inside the th so here will be just the user for now. We will add later the functionality. So login, and here you can see the users that have been logged in during the server run. So user, like that. Now we want to fix it and
to make it a little bit more beautiful. My goal is to have this. First of all, I found the bug and I will fix that bug, and I want this to be right here and like a big box. So let's try to achieve this. First of all, in order to fix the bug, you have to go here to post, and I had made a mistake. It's not 80%, it's 80 pixels and 20 pixels. So if I log in now, everything is fixed. It's much more beautiful. Actually, later we'll try to give the functionality to delete the users that are not currently inside, that are disconnected, but we will see if we will be able to give this functionality at this project. I think we will achieve this. It's not that difficult. So let's close this and let's write our CSS code. First of all, let's create a chat container. I will tell you in a moment what this will be all about. Margin auto, margin top 50 pixels, border radius 5 pixels, background color a light white, I think will be perfect, like that, I think. Yeah. And a padding around 20 pixels will be fine, with 70%, and height around 600 pixels. Maybe we will increase it. I use 600 pixels. Overflow, of course, we want overflow scroll, and float left. Perfect. So we will have to add the chat container over here. As you can see, we have a people container, and here are the containers. We want all these containers to go a little bit like this, and here we want a class that div class chat container, like that, like this, like this. I think now it will be much better. Give me a second to check something. Okay, perfect. Okay, this is stuck under it as I wanted to, and now we have to fix this in order to be left of them. So let's create our the rest of the CSS. So dot people, excuse me, okay, dot people container, margin auto again, margin top 50 pixels, background color maybe the same as this. I think it will be fine. Yeah, it will be perfect. Padding 20 pixels, width 15
percent height 720 pixels, overflow, say scroll, and float left. So let's see right now what is going on. Perfect. Everything is perfect right now. And now we want, in order for it to be a little bit more beautiful, we want to align the text left, and of course we want each row be different color than the next. So the way to do this is pretty simple. We will take advantage of taf H and taf D tags that we have given. We want border collapse. We want it to collapse. We want width to be 90% of the people container. Margin auto. And background to be CCC. Okay. My bad, excuse me, give me a second. This is the table CCC, and now we will change our tags. We want to text align left and padding around 80 pixels. 8 pixels, excuse me. Next, so let's see what we created. As you can see, this is what we created right now. Okay, maybe we will fix something. Table margin auto, padding 8 pixels, collapse. Okay, I think that's fine. We change it to 100%. I want to see it's mainly the same. So because one name is pretty big and of course destroys our view, let's try to create a better one. Okay. Of course, as you will see right now, look. Of course, this is the point of what we are doing with sockets, because everything it is changed automatically. So if we press send here, excuse me. What happened? We'll fix it right now. I cannot understand what this is, why this is. Post placeholder message, app component.ts, and message this message. Okay. Why though? It's connected with that subscribe message. Okay, maybe I changed something inside the chat server without my knowledge. IOM message. No, I haven't changed anything here. What happened now? Message. past IO emit message. So let's go to our services, chat service, send message, receive message, new observable, message data. Let's console log the data. Of course, these are passed. So observer is called, as you can see. What is going on? Observer is called. Let's go to our app component.ts. Get messages. Message data. The data is passed. Yeah, my god, my bad, excuse me. We changed it at the previous tutorial, if you remember, and I changed it because I wanted to see something. So, excuse me, my bad. So, if I try again, everything was perfect, and of course everything is passed to the other user as well. So, let's delete this. So, let's continue. So what we want to do right now is we want to write a little bit of this over here, so text align. So taf h hover. Sorry for before, I was lost for a second. I got lost for a second. Pointer, background color 696969. So we want every children that it's an odd number, so the first, the third, the fifth, the seventh, the ninth, etc., to have a different background color in order for us to be easier to distinguish each of our choices. So this one will have F2, 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 like that. So let's see what we have done. As you can see, when we hover over it, it changes the color. Of course, we haven't given it any functionality. We'll give it functionality in a second. And as you can see, for every different name, we have, if it's an odd number, we have a different color from the event ones. So now let's go to our HTML again, and we will change this. Actually, we won't change this. We will add it. an event, a no-click event. The way to do this, it's pretty simple. th click, and when we click it, we want to call a function. We will give the name of the function in a second. So chat service, not chat service, app component.ts, and we have to create some variables. First of all, current user, like that, and current friend. This one right here, we could use session storage to achieve this, but I think it's the same, and for our purpose, for our simple application, chat application, real-time chat application, it's more than enough. So let's first of all, when we will update the current user when we logged in. If we logged in successfully, this dot current user equals this dot login dot value dot username, in order to update the current user, and the current friend will be updated whenever we call the function. So current friend, so give me a second. Current friend, current user, the name of the function, I think change friend. So this will be change friend, and will pass the user variable. The user will be this user, the current user of each element, of each sub-h element. So here would be friend, and for now this function will be mostly empty. This dot current friend equals friend, and console dot log friend. Okay, let's see what we have done right now. Login F12 equals 2. So let's now create an ngIf. This ngIf will be will not show here our name. In order to do this, we will have to go to HTML, and over here we will have div like that here, over here, the ngIf, like that, and so this one will be executed as long as this is not true. So ngIf, so current user equals current user, actually like that. I think that will be enough, and of course at the end a question mark, a Greek question mark. So let's see right now. As you can see, Nikos 3 is not shown over here, but if we go to another user, Nikos 4, let's say, again Nikos 3 is presented. What this is, I don't like this. Yeah, try to fix it right now, give me a second. Why this is
the hover will have a problem most probably. Cursor background color of th, maybe background color th td. So let's see right now, maybe it's fixed. Okay, let me restart the server for a second because I have given too many username and I don't have anything, any new to give. So no username because it was bad. Tough Fates is the correct one. Think left. With, let's change it to 90. Why? So background color, padding, people container, let user of user stuff. It's change when we hover. I want to try something like this. I think it will work. Yeah, that was the problem. The ngIf was the problem, so we fixed it. As you can see, it's fixed and I think it's beautiful. When we press Nikos, the current friend that we want to send us a message is Nikos, and everything is works perfectly. At the next video, we will try to. The next video we will try to give some more functionality. So whenever we press first of all, when we get in, the preview will be shown, and yes, the preview will be shown, and we will not be able to write anything. This will be us, and this will be our friends. So when we press Nikos, all the messages from us and our friends will appear as long as we have a message at this current session, because a message might not be a message might not be emitted when we are around. So we have two different approaches. I will choose and I will explain to you why we do this approach. The first approach will be either to emit a message whenever to show here messages whenever something is emitted, so the older messages will be not created. The other option is to show here all the messages, even the older ones, as long as the server hasn't been closed. I don't know what I will use, to be honest, and I will look about it, and I will tell you at the next tutorial. So bye guys, thanks for your time, see you at the next video, bye. Hello guys, at this part of the tutorial I will explain to you how we will implement the logout function. The logout function is very important because we need, when a user is logged out, we need to reset his username in order to be able to use it. But later in this app, the username if someone has a username, will have access to the messages. Of course, the correct way was to set a password and some things like that, and check if the user is active or not. But we don't. This tutorial is about showing you the how powerful Socket.io is and what you can do with it, and of course the rest, the backend, etc. Or either you know it or you will learn it from another course. This tutorial is, as I told you again, is about how you can create the real-time part, not the security part. Because even if we implement the server's client-side security, it's not because Socket.io is client-side. It's not that great. Is not hasn't the greatest security of all. So let's get started. Code dot. Let's close. Okay. So first of all, let's close everything. We have to understand how everything closes. So let's go to chat service. As you can see, when subscribe is called over here. No, excuse me, over here. Excuse me, my bad. So when subscribe, it's called over here. A user is connected. So when the get users function ends, when we get out of our browser, etc., this function is returned. This socket disconnect. So the socket is disconnected. So the way for us to erase the user is pretty simple. We have to go to to chat here, as you can see, and we have to add one thing: var sockets so the problem is that we call two subscribe methods, so two sockets are created inside here, because this will be used to erase this user. So inside here will be created two sockets, because as you can see, let me open the terminal. Node, excuse me, yes. So let's create another one and serve. So we compiled, we go up here, like that, we log in, and as you will be able to see over here, it's like two users have connected, because you know it's not the correct representation is user connected to new socket, not a new user connected, because a user can be connected to multiple sockets at the server. So we want to erase, of course, the one user. So whenever a new user is added, we will add the current socket here. So users.push user, and here will be added sockets
dot push, and inside here we will insert the current socket ID. Socket ID. You will understand why we're using this in a second. Actually, yes, later. And yeah, so we are okay. And inside here, var I equals sockets. We want to find, because these two are created together, they have the same index. And because, as you can see later, these will be destroyed together, so these two have the same index. If the user I is connected to the socket I, not socket J, let's say. So var I sockets dot index of socket dot ID. So we want to find the user, the socket that currently this user that currently this user is working on, and we want to delete, and we want to delete both the sockets from here and the users as well. So sockets dot sockets equals sockets dot sockets dot filter function result return red sockets I. So what this line does is iterates through the sockets and return every value if it's different from the current socket that we're using. So we have erased the value. So if we have the sockets 1, 3 and 5, and now the user that's currently in socket 3 wants to disconnect, the return of this function over here will be 1 and 5. So this is what this does, this line does, and the same as well for the users. Users.filter function red return red users I. And of course, because we have deleted a user, we want to emit the results to all the listeners in order for them to renew their lists. So io.emit get users and the users. So using this, we have to recompile it again. I think we have created the logout function. Just let me see. So yeah, and here we are. As you can see, here we are. So if I close this, he will be deleted, and as well this as a result we will be able to insert again the username. Pretty cool, I think. So also, if we had a password, of course, if we had the password, we would be able, it would be able to, to have a more safe experience. But as I told you, this tutorial is not about that. It's about explaining to you what Socket.io is and how we can use them building chat application. by the way, if you want to create what I just did with users, I recommend you use a backend, not creating in the front end, because it is a client side. It's a client side backend, so I would recommend you to do it with like Spring, like PHP or something like that. Um, Java, Spring Java, that. So guys, I hope you learned something about this. Actually, we did almost pretty much very little work, but I wanted to add this functionality right now. So guys, thank you for your time. See you at the next video. Bye. Hello guys, at this part of the tutorial we will try to implement the final message form. With this part of the tutorial we will be able to achieve the basic functionality, and we will almost have finished our project, our course. So it will be most probably a long video, because we have some stuff to do, important stuff to do. So let's go here again, let's open code dot. So guys, let's first of all open our app component.ts, and see we have the messages over here, and we call a new send message function, but the message has very little, as you can imagine, we will have multiple users to address to. This message has very little information to the backend, so we want to enrich it a little bit. The way for us to do that is pretty simple. We will create a component which ng generate message, class message, and with that we will generate a class, message.ts, inside here, where we will add our fields. So text, string, from string to string. So actually we won't need it anymore, so I close it, and we have to go to our app component.ts and import it. Import message always must be in caps lock, the first letter, capital letter, from. And it has a, so we go up, message, y, excuse me, no, like that, yes, message. Now we have imported the message, and we want to change, of course, our information over here. So the way for us to do so is simple. We have to change this we have to declare it as class, but we will change its name as well. All messages, message, and like that we declare it. That will be an array of objects of instances of message class, and of course all these will change. So over here will be all messages as well, all messages here, all messages here, all messages here, this dot all messages, excuse me, like that. So of course we will fix all of this. So let's begin. First we have to go to chatservice.ts. We have to import again the message like that from because in a different folder. Inside here, the get messages will not return an element now, will return an array of classes. So in order to make the word of TypeScript easier, we can do some stuff that will make it a lot easier. So message like that. So we are telling that it will the observable will return an array of message objects of type class. So as you can see here, yes, so this dot all message equals all messages like that, and of course we have to erase this dot all messages equals like that. So I think we are pretty cool now. Moreover, let's see what it's really important to do. So we are telling it that of course we have to change our send message function. In order to change the send message function, we have to pass an object to it. Let's create an object. Let new message equals a new message. Perfect. New message. Actually, we could create a constructor at message.ts. If I remember correctly, it's like that, and we have text from to, and this dot text equals text, this dot from equals from, and this dot to equals to. This way we can pass parameters and create a very fast an object. So I think now it's ready. So new message. Inside here will be some pretty long. So this dot login or non-login, this dot message dot value dot message like that. This dot message dot value dot this dot message dot value dot message dot this dot message dot value dot from. I think if I remember, this is bad. No, from will be us, as we have created the form. So this dot current user, and to we want to send it to current friend. So all is perfect. So instead of the value, we will send new message, and of course we want it to reset the form again. So now we have to go over here, and we don't have to change anything, but we have to change some stuff inside our client-side server.
it's a new message, console log, and it emits a new message, but right now I have to change it a little bit. First of all, let's change it to messages. Get messages and return okay. Chat service, this will be get messages, because there will be a lot of them, not just one. And let me think about it. We have to create a type any of messages. Yeah, a type any of messages. And now we will return to it only the messages that concern him. It's from or to him, nothing more. So new message. The message is the new message that we have just sent. So messages dot push message. So now the beautiful stuff about JavaScript is when you pass it an object, even if it is not declared inside it, we can use, for example, messages.text, and if it doesn't exist, it will give us an error. If it does exist inside the dataset, it will tell us nothing. This is the beautiful stuff about JavaScript. So now we'll create var my messages like that. So for var I equals 0, I messages dot length, I think, yeah, I plus plus. So here we are. I'm not consistent with this. I will fix it, excuse me. Actually, I like this more. So, excuse me, you have to be consistent in order in order for you to understand. Yeah, I think it's better right now. So, message.push var messages like that. So for if messages, so we have created this message. So if messages of I dot from equals message dot from, or equals messages dot from, and let me think. Message to I dot from equals to message dot from. So if we have sent it, and messages I dot to equals message dot to, or this will be not, this will be a case, and the other case is that, so this is when we are the center,
So we are inside a conversation, and no, we want this, excuse me, like that and like that. So now we are perfect. So one or two from. So the messages that will be returned to us will be all the messages that are we are the receiver, we are the one who sent them. So message my messages dot push messages of I think it is okay. We have created what we wanted. Now and we have emit the messages to all of the users, but we have emit our messages. That's the problem. That's why this version of sockets that I use has a bug to as I have seen to socket ID, where the current function is 2, etc., but has a problem. So yes, I forgot about it, that it has a bug, and so unfortunately we have to we'll just push all the messages here like that, and we will do it at the front end. Sorry guys, I forgot about that, it has a small problem. Yes, so we will have to push to add logic to the front end in order to return to show to the user the proper messages. Sorry about this. So let's go to the front end. I forgot it. So let's go to the front end and try to add some logic to it. So here we are, all messages. We will add a new variable shown messages, message, like that, perfect. So these all messages, it's change friend, console friend. No, we don't want this, we want this. So this dot shown messages equals every time we want to be sure that these are empty. For let message of this dot all messages so if now again if or so we will have two cases, message dot to equals this dot current user and message dot from equals this dot current friend. So we will show the messages where we are the sender and the user that we are currently in his tab is the receiver, or the opposite one, where the user that we are currently in his tab is the sender, we are the receivers. So message.to equals this dot current friend and message dot from equals this dot current user. And when this happens, we want to push this message, the message that we are talking about right now, inside inside our shown messages. So, and the problem here is that even if, look at it here. Even if we get the message, if we get messages, if we haven't changed friend, the message will not be shown to us. So, we will add the change friend function inside here, change friend function, and inside here will be the current friend. This, excuse me for the caps lock, this is called current friend. So now everything will be renewed. I think that we have finished from here. Let's check it out. Localhost for 20. Yes, we haven't. Like that. New ng serve. So here we have compiled. We open that. Nikos from here, Nikos 2 from here. So of course we have to fix the front end. So I press Nikos 2 here and Nikos here. Hello friend. It is not shown because we haven't changed the front end. Give me a second. So we have to go here, message to text, because we have changed the way message are, what message are. We have changed. This is now an object of message class from here. So message.text and shown messages, and so let's renew again. I think it is compiled. Yes. So Nikos. It is emitted here, but it's not emitted here. Because we haven't entered the. So hi. For what reason it is not renewed? Wait, hello. As you can see, everything renews perfectly. Hello. My name is Nikos. My name is Nikos too. As you can see, now we have to fix some stuff here. My plan is to let us talk about this. My plan is to have different have two pictures, let's say, for each user. This picture will be used for us, the free picture, and this picture will be used for our friend that we're talking right now. So this is the way I would like to implement it, and also I would like to have a preview. When someone enters our app, will not have the ability to send a message, but these four messages will be presented to him. These four messages over here will be presented to him, and whenever he tries excuse me, and whenever he press, for example, or anything else, it will change the view to his private chat with the other person. I think this is my plan, and let us now try to implement this plan. We have to go to HTML and we have some work to do. First of all, let's begin let's start from the top. Chat container over here. We will, as I said, these 4 divs, chat containers with the 1, 2, 3, and 4 will be shown only if we have just entered the site. So let's see inside our app component.ts. When we start the site, what is going on? When we log into the site, and as you can see here, we implement the current user, login true, but the current friend is null, is 0. It's an empty string. So this is what we want to try to. It's an empty string. So this is what we want to. Try to say right here. So to check right here. So if it is an empty string, the current friend, this means we are currently in preview mode at the start of our app. First of all, let's change. Hello, sir. Welcome to the chat app. Hello, friend. What technologies is it using? It is using Socket.io and Angular 5. We are talking about a lightning fast app. So this will be the preview. Let us see it for a second. Hello, sir. Welcome to the chat app. Hello, friend. What technology is it using? It is using Angular 5. Oh, we're talking about the lightning fast app. This is the preview. We will not be able to send a message. So inside the preview. So first of all, let us change that div ng if current friend empty string. This is the way empty string is defined when we are inside curly brackets. When we're inside the double quote marks, not curly brackets, excuse me. So like that, and we take this div. So we are like that, and so we don't want to show the submit button. So ng if current friend different than empty string. So let's check it right now.
wrong. Bindings can, yes, it is an assignment. Excuse me. Where it is, here, like that. So if I press Nikos, this will be disappear. As you can see, everything disappear and the send button is sent. Let us do it once again, and the send button is shown. So let's close this, and now what we want to do is to to iterate through the messages, and if we are the user we want to have a darker theme, if we are the sender we want to have a lighter theme. So let's do this. It will not be that difficult. So let's start div ng if the message from here, message.from, equals with current user, then this is us. So we want to have the darker content here. Else different, like that. We want to have the lighter container like that, and image we want to be to the left. I think it's user one. Yes, it's user one image. Alt avatar, not like that, and P message.text. So yeah, let's go over here, let's open a new folder. Let me do a light representation of the app. So Nikos and Nikos 2. So as you can see, we can write here, but we don't have the ability to send the message right now. So if I press Nikos 2, if here Nikos 2 is pressed as well, so hello Nikos 2. So as you can see, we have a problem here because the previous messages that we have sent are not sent to us. So, and also the images are not to the right side. So how we can fix it? First of all, we have to do this. Text right. So over here we have to change this. Now I think this will be fixed. Okay, of course it's fixed. Hello Nikos 2.
So what we want to do when we are logged in, so have this send message over here. When we are listening to the socket, we want to send an empty message. We want to send this empty message in order to achieve something. I will tell you in a moment what we'll achieve doing this. So in order for the server to know that we are currently listening, and we want him to return some stuff to us. But actually we can do it differently. The way to do this is user connected to a new socket, it says. So when we log in here, yeah, we could do this like that to send an empty message, but the better way to do is when we log in, io.emit get messages like that. Doing this, we will achieve that the first user that is entering our applications will have his messages informed. So let's try again. Let's close both of them. Like that, localhost. First of all, I forgot. I have to close it and recompile it again. So from a socket, user connect to new socket, user connect to new socket. So where we are at, here and here, and we have the local host, Nikos login and Nikos2 login. Nikos and Nikos. So we press how are you, Nikos? Perfect, thank you. Like that. So if you remember, the problem before is when we logged out from both of them. When we re-entered again, the result was that we had to send a message in order to get our old messages back. This is not the case now, as you will see. And localhost here. As you can see, everything is already shown. So actually we would change it a little bit, but in order for it to renew the messages, even if the current user is not present. So let's try to do this, but okay, let's do this. So when a new message is pushed, the user when a user is, let's say, disconnected from the chat here, he will be from here, he will be disconnected, and he will have the users over here to be, deleted, because if someone logs out and tries to log in again, he will not be able to. But he will not emit the result that a user has logged out, and but this will have as a result to okay, so actually, what time is it? I don't want the video to be too long. At the next video, so the main functionality of our app has finished. Now we'll try to make it a little more realistic. At the next video, we will try to implement a login function with password and some more, and a password and a password function, and maybe a user model. And so guys, I hope you had fun watching this course. At the next with the next videos we will implement some refinements to the code. Actually, let me show you a third user right now, like that. Okay, here we are, third user. So localhost Nikos3. So this is the preview. I cannot write, so Nikos, I write hello Nikos. If he goes here, you can see him. If he goes here and I write on Nikos2, hi dude, everything. If I write here, hello my friend, everything renews at realistic time. So guys, thank you for your time. At the next video we will try to implement the login in order for someone to be able to log in and log out to his account. It will not be, you know, a safe platform, but I want just to show you how you are able to do this in order to be the chat app to be more functional. So guys, thank you for your time, and I hope I see you at the next video. Bye. So guys, we have reached the end of our course. At this video we will refine our code, and we will try to create a proper login as I promised you at the previous videos. At this video we will try to apply a proper password and an active trigger in order for us to know if a user is active or not, and we will apply the front end and active and a different view for active viewers and not active viewers. So let's start. We have a lot to do. So excuse me. Code dot like that. So let's start from the front end, from our HTML for now, and for our HTML let's add a password here, and password here. So it will be, excuse me, it will be localhost excuse me, here we have a connection refuse, and I forgot no node chat, okay, and ngserve. So here we are. So now
we are we are ready to run our local host. Here we are, and we have a username and password. Now we have to go to the app components, we have to go to the login function, and we have to pass the this dot login dot password dot value dot value dot password here, this dot login dot value dot password here. Now we have to change it from the chat service, and we have to add the password here and a password over here, over here. Okay, now what else? Now we will now we have end our what we have to do with this. Let's open our CSS, we'll need it later, and chat.json. Inside our chat here we will have some new stuff, so password and callback. But first of all, I want to change. I want to create a class user. Constructor username. This is what it will given to us during when we create the object socket ID, and like that. This dot username equals username, this dot password equals package password, this dot socket ID equals socket ID, and this dot active, this is the variable that will tell us if our user is active or not. So we have created our variable, the users here. So after we have to go to new user function password, and we have to modify it a little bit. So if users2i dot username equals username will be here as well, username, in order to represent better what it actually is. So if users2i equals username, then something else will happen. If users of I dot password equals password, and user is inactive, is not currently active to another browser, for example, we will grant him access. So here, but we will change some stuff. We don't want this, we don't want this, but we want to, first of all, we don't need the sockets anymore, because we will save the sockets right here. You will see in a moment. Users of I dot active equals 1, users of I dot socket ID equals socket.id, the current ID of the socket that we are using right now. We are emitting the users and the messages. So after down here, we will delete this, and but we first we have to create. We have the user here, so we want to create a new variable, var new user
new user, let's say, that will be passed here. New user equals, we want to create a new object. The way to create a new object is this: user, username, password, socket.id, yes. And now we have just passed. Now we have give me a second to understand it. Yes, now we have created a new user with the variables username, password, socket ID that it's active, and we push it through the users. Now we want to change the situation when the user is not active. So we will delete all these. So for var I equals 0, I minus users dot length, I plus plus, if users of I dot socket ID equals socket equals socket ID, then users of I dot active equals 0. So what we did right now, when we close the browser or anything, the disconnect function is called. So according to the socket that the user is working on and is sending us request, because we have saved the socket right here when we created the user. So when the user is going to deactivate it, when the socket will be destroyed, let's say, we will know which user, because we know which socket every user is using. So we will activate the user that was using the socket that wants to disconnect. And after we will what else over here? I don't think we need anything from chat, so I will close it. HTML, we have some stuff to do over here. So now let's go to our TS, our app component, our TypeScript, and we have some pretty exciting stuff to do. First of all, as I said, we will distinguish the users to active users and non-active users. So let's do that right now. Active users, non-active users. Yes, and right here, when we get the users, we will try to distinguish between them. First of all, let's try to these active users and non-active users. Non-active users equals with 0. So right now we have initialized both of them. So now what we want is to distinguish which user is active and which user is not active, of course. So for let user of users, these users over here, like that, if user.active if user.active, remember, we may not have defined this variable over here, but because it is a type any, in TypeScript, in JavaScript, you can write this value, and if it does not exist, it will give us an error or undefined or something like that. So if user.active, if user.active equals 0, this means that he is inactive. So this dot non-active users dot push, user dot username. Let me check something. Give me a second. New user, username, users, perfect. Users, it's here. Yes, okay. Else, okay, we are perfect right now. And what else? Yes, we want to have a switch. So active users equals true. This will show the active users. And what else? So I think it's what else do we have to do over here? Give me a second to check. Maybe username used. Wrong password or user currently already active. Maybe this part we want to not have it, but okay. We don't want to check over here if a user is active over here, because maybe someone we want to be from two different devices at the same time. But you know, we will create it like that, and we will change it later and show you both ways, because this is our final video, and also I would like to do the representation of our application that we built together. So inside here, our user already active, yes, and so let's try to create here the HTML. So trng4 let user of users. We want to have two of these. This be of active users, active non-active. Inside here we will add so we will have the trigger where it is right here, which is the show active users equals true. So active and over here we want to show the non-active users, so we have something like that. And in order for us to trigger between them, we want to have a button with an on-click event. I forgot to tell you before, just to know that on-click is not used anymore for in Chrome and in modern general modern browsers, because it had some vulnerabilities, security vulnerabilities. So this is what we're using now, click. So now we will change the so active users equals not in order with this way we reverse it. So we are saying to show active users, get the reverse of currently show active users. So if currently is true, then it will be get false, and we go like that and change user view. So but right now we are currently at this state. Callback true chat JSON 28 flag equals username password. Why? Let me think. Again, use name, yes, because I have made a mistake. Username is not defined, it says. Let me find, yes, right here. Here we are. We fixed it. So let's go like that. It had a bug, so socket ID is not defined. Where is that? This socket ID over here. Yes, here it's socket.id, not socket ID. So I have some mistakes, excuse me. New window. So don't think we have any bugs. We don't have any other users currently available, that's why we can't see anyone. So Nikos are currently active, as you can see. And if I close it, change user view, like that, he's not active, now he's active. Maybe we will add something more. We will write active here or non-active. Let me think about it a little bit. Yes, I think it's better to write here active and have another button when it is not active. So let's think a little bit about it. So let's go in here, Nikos. Perfect. Let's see now. Nikos 2, 1, login, show non-active, show non-active, show active, and if we press, we will show the active users. We will change the CSS of the buttons, of course. We will have a class active, and here a class non-active, like that. So let's go to our CSS and let's add some stuff over here. Button, just the color will change, so with 100%, position relative, color white, padding will be the same, of course. None. Border radius 4 pixels, and cursor should be a pointer. Cursor pointer. So button, so dot active, maybe something like that should be dot active. Will have a back, excuse me, I don't remember the classes, non-active, show active. So the active should be green to show the active, the non-active show. Like that. I think it's better because I couldn't distinguish the name. So active, background color should be a light green one, I think would be perfect. Like for CA F50 would be nice. Background color, and the other one should be red. Maybe I don't like because red. Yeah. Maybe I want it to be a little more which color may I use? So let's go for red, with red 255, and we will check in a second, of course, if this is what we wanted. So let's go here, show non-active, show active, pop. So actually, in order to be more messenger-like, it will be the opposite. When we are seeing the active ones will be green, so I think, okay, it's beautiful, like that. I think it is beautiful. And what else? I think we are kinda done. Maybe what we could add is on top of a chat container. On top of chat container, we will add maybe or maybe not. We could add here, over here, something talking about, let's say, talk to your Nikos, chat with Nikos 2, for example, or of course we want it to be shown when this is not empty. So chat with current friend. So let's see what we have done. Chat with Nikos 2. Okay, I know it's not the most beautiful thing in the world, but I wanted to show you a simple way. First of all, let me... Okay, I want to check if a password works correctly. It doesn't work correctly, so we have to fix it. Unfortunately, so let's okay, we have plenty of time till 1 hour. So let's go to chat services and let's go over here where chat.json, excuse me, chat.json over here. Yes, this is just I made a small mistake, so let's stop this, let's open this again, let's serve this again, and let's do the final demonstration. I hope that we have finished everything, and now we'll do the final demonstration of our app. So everything compiled beautifully. We have over here too. Perfect. So Nikos username will be 1, login. We have no users currently. Nikos 2 username will be, password will be 2. So we have 2 active users. So let's go over here, Hello dude. Hi my friend. Let's open a third person, localhost. Let's try first of all if the password works. It works. So 3, password 3, and we have 2 active at the moment. So let's say we are sending to Nikos 3 a message. Hello dude. Of course, now this app can be only stopped at where your imagination stops, because of course we can add using a little bit of JavaScript. We can add, for example, typing. It's pretty easy to implement it actually, like 50 lines of code, 40 lines of code. When a person is typing to you, will write Nikos is typing to you, for example. So it's really powerful. Moreover, when someone is sending you a message, you haven't seen it. It could be red here, for example, or a little sign. But this tutorial I would like to show you the basic functionality. So, hello, due to Nikos 3, we are Nikos 3, go to Nikos, here is his name, chat with Nikos, and for example, if I go out, what happened, why it didn't renew? I think I know why. Chat here, yes, I forgot to emit. Oh my god, again and again. Okay, that was really bad. Okay, that's why we're doing the final demonstration. Let's create again our users. Here we are. Okay, here we are. We did that before the previous demonstration. If I get out, as you can see, um, the user got out. So if we press show non-active, we can see him here, and we can write him a message even if he is logged out. Hello, friend. I hope you log in soon. So, hello friend, I hope you log in soon. So if we, excuse me, like that, user 3, if we go to, this is Nikos. Hello friend, I hope you log in soon, even if we haven't, if we aren't in. So, as long as our chat server is working, everything works like a charm. So, yeah, guys, I hope you like this tutorial. It came to an end. I hope you learned a lot and you understand how powerful Socket IO is. It is used from Android development for everything, from Android, Java, JavaScript, of course, web development, everything. It's really powerful. And okay, I hope you had fun and you learned a lot of stuff about Socket IO and how it works. And this is a very functional application. Of course, it needs some tuning, but we created. So guys, thank you for your time. I hope you had a really good time, and I see you in the next video tutorials, in the next course that I will do. Bye.